They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes, and it's Bonfire Diva who's sent to the front. Confirmed Genius hustle towards the inside in second. True Destiny in third. Then a couple lengths or a length and a half to Miss Pab in fourth. Followed up next by In Traffic in fifth, Holiday Jazz in second last, and Quiet Horizons at the tail of the field and about 11 lengths off the lead as they circle around the first turn. It's Bonfire Diva who has the lead by a half length. Confirmed Genius draws closer in second. Miss Pab, White Blinkers in third. To the outside of True Destiny in fourth. A space of about 6 lengths to In Traffic, who's about 3 parts of a length in front of Holiday Jazz. And then a gap of 3 to Quiet Horizon, who trails the field. Less than 5 furlongs to go in the opener, and it's Bonfire Diva who leads by 2. Confirmed Genius gets the reins shaken at her in second. Another couple lengths to the gray. True Destiny in third. Miss Pab's outside in fourth. Holiday Jazz In Traffic making rallies up the inside, 5th and 6th, and 5 lengths back to Quiet Horizon, who trails the field. Entry into the far turn. Bonfire Diva has opened up by 5. Confirmed Genius drops back. Holiday Jazz in the midst of a rally. Holiday Jazz 4 lengths off the lead, and then a couple lengths back to True Destiny, who's about 10 off the lead as In Traffic claims fourth. It looks like we're down to about a couple here as they reach the top of the stretch. Bonfire Diva, the first to face us, comes off the turn by 3. Holiday Jazz trying to cut away at the margin in second, and then a few more lengths back to In Traffic in third. 1 furlong to go. Bonfire Diva, the lead's 2. Holiday Jazz now inhaling ground on the outside. Bonfire Diva, Holiday Jazz. Holiday Jazz has got her. Holiday Jazz wins again. Bonfire Diva second. In Traffic third. Confirmed Genius fourth. Fernando Calderon bred Holiday Jazz. It's official, $370. The winning mutual, exact $11.80. And they're off. A stumble there for Sweet Carol James. It's Spa City Zip who jets out for the front end. Chaos and Karma challenges up the inside second. Miss C. Banker outside 3 deep in third. A gap of about 5 lengths back to Sweet Carol James in fourth. A length and a half to the gray Flying Destiny, and 2 lengths to the trailer Lady Mercia, who's at the tail of the field. Spa City Zip and Chaos and Karma, these two in tandem with about 3.5 furlongs to go. A length and a half clear of Miss C. Banker in third. Then a space of about 7 lengths to Lady Mercia kicks on through, now taking fourth from Sweet Carol James, and Flying Destiny is at the back of the pack. Less than 2.5 furlongs to go. Spa City Zip has the advantage right now on Chaos in Karma. Miss C. Banker 3 wide into the stretch in third. Lady Mercia in those white blinkers in fourth as they turn into the stretch. Spa City Zip a little bit erratic in upper stretch, has a tenuous lead. Chaos and Karma is next. Miss C. Banker 3 lengths off the lead in third. Lady Mercia fourth. 16th to go. Spa City Zip, Chaos and Karma. Spa City Zip with the lead close to home. Spa City Zip victorious over Chaos and Karma. Miss C. Banker third. Lady Mercia fourth. For Lady Quinn to Emmanuel de Diego. No apprentice allowance. Make the weight 122. Post time for race number 3 in about. And they're off. Looks like a competitive start. It's Camus and Flattery's Music. The outside 2 setting out for the lead, but Camus has lots of early speed and able to cross and clear. Third place belongs to Lady Quinn, and then it's Trouble Luck who's in between horses. Hypno Currency fires through at the fence up into third, and then about 7 lengths to the trailer. That is Intentious. Camus with a half mile to go has the lead by a length and a half. Flattery's Music, her nearest pursuer in second, as it's Lady Quinn who charges up to the outside third. Hypno Currency shuffled fourth. A length back to Troubled Luck in second last, and 3 lengths to Intentious. It starts to get a little bit closer at the tail of the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Camus on top, the lead's 2. Flattery's Music now coming under a busy ride in second. Lady Quinn goes wide. Hypno Currency's at the fence. Intentious trying to find a running lane as Troubled Luck is outside of her. They got 3/16 to go, and Camus bursts clear by 6. Open lengths. Intentious now gets that clear running room and is now making it up a lot of ground on the outside, but time is running out. 16th to go. Camus by 3. Intentious surging late. Intentious, an impressive turn of foot to able to collar Camus for the $6.40 the winning mutual, double $108. Exacta $24.40. 50-cent try, $31.12. Dime super, $22. And they're off. Can't Beat Me, McDonough, Production Credit. These three go out for the lead, but now it's McDonough and Production Credit who are the first two. Victory Built is in that middle cluster with Can't Beat Me and Norgay. Almond Cider is only 3.5 lengths off the lead in second last. And New York Riesling will be stacked out wide at the back of the pack as they get ready to make the entry into the turn. It's McDonough with the lead. Production Credits in second. Norgay outside in third. Can't Beat Me along the inside in fourth. Then in fifth, that's Almond Cider. A length to Victory Built, who's a half length in front of New York Riesling, who's only about 5 lengths off the lead. They got a quarter of a mile left to travel. It's McDonough and Production Credit who's dropped back. Norgay's the challenger on the outside. Second, Can't Beat Me is looking out for some racing room. Will attempt to get the split. There's room there for Can't Beat Me if good enough. They got 3/16 to go. McDonough set down for the drive, but it's Can't Beat Me. Can't Beat Me alongside Norgay. Almond Cider outside third and fourth. 16th to go. Can't Beat Me has wrestled that lead away from McDonough, and Can't Beat Me will draw clear late. McDonough holds second over Almond Cider. Then it was Norgay. Bread Can't Beat Me. $7.40 the winning mutual. Double $25.60. Exacta ready for a start. And they're off. Decent beginning. It's Beta, Uncle Marty, and Pot of Gold who all send out for the lead. Colton Goes has a foothold at the fence in fourth. And then it's Honorable Avenue will be stuck out a little bit wide. And then it's Kodiak Brown, who's in sixth and about a half length in front of Raw Courage, who's about a half length in front of Winning Drive, who's in about the four-path around that first turn at the tail of the field. It's Beta with 6 furlongs to go as they transition to the backstretch. Opens up by a couple lengths, now 3 lengths over Uncle Marty, who rates in second. Pot of Gold is outside of him, up into second. And then in fourth place, that's Honorable Avenue, a space of about 4.5 lengths to Colton Goes, who runs along in fifth. And then it's Kodiak Brown is in between horses. Raw Courage 3 wide second last, and Winning Drive is at the back of the pack and about 11 lengths off the lead as they make the entry into the far turn. It's Beta. Pot of Gold picks up another spot in second. Honorable Avenue's outside in third. Uncle Marty drops back in fourth and about 13 lengths off the lead. Raw Courage is next. Winning Drive is getting on track from the back of the pack, but still about 14 lengths off of the lead, and the lead is Beta's. Beta comes into the stretch, has a lead by double digits over Pot of Gold in second. Winning Drive's on the grandstand side in third, and then in fourth, Honorable Avenue. 1 furlong to go. It's Beta. Beta has a substantial lead, and the balance here is between Pot of Gold and Winning Drive, but it's Beta. Beta will record his 11th career win. Winning Drive gets second. Pot of Gold third. Honorable Avenue fourth. $3.90 the winning mutual. Double $23. Exacta $12.20. 50-cent try $6.65. Times Superfecta $4.60. They're all in the gates, and they're off. It's a waiting trial. Dream Along With Me. These two blaze out for the front end. Deputy Tremont to the outside of El Bombi for third. Fifth place King Spirit, but now advancing up into the fourth spot. Forest Manager into fifth. El Bombi dropping back in sixth. Pau Missio's in seventh. 8.5 off the lead. The two back markers. Burning Money is to the inside of Rev Parker at the tail of the field. Dream Along With Me into the turn. Has a lead by a length. Awaiting trial. Harassing outside second. Deputy Tremont 3 lengths off the pace in third. King Spirit the Gray in fourth. 2 more lengths to Forest Manager in fifth. And a break of 5 lengths to Pau Missio, who's 2 lengths in front of Burning Money. Second last El Bombi. And Rev Parker is at the back of the pack as they turn into the stretch. Dream Along With Me has the lead. Deputy Tremont squeezing on through towards the inside. Awaiting trial bumped with Dream Along With Me. King Spirit's on the outside, inheriting third. 1 furlong to go, and it's Deputy Tremont who scampers clear by 3 lengths over Awaiting Trial. Deputy Tremont give jockey Luis Perez 3 wins on the card. Awaiting Trial second. Burning Money rallies for third. Forest Manager fourth. Have the free digital programs to download your complimentary copy today. There are the prices. $4.40 the winning mutual. Daily double $10.20. Exacta $27.20. And in. Ready for start. And they're off. 8 Sunset Drive sends out for the front end. Not today, Governor. Vaunted is in between horses in the vanguard. And now it's Resistance Futile at the fence as they sort themselves out. Resistance Futile. Go get the bag towards the inside. Vaunted 3 wide in third. A couple lengths. Not today, Governor. Fourth, the Gray Skylar's Artemis in fifth. Seventh, Race Shake towards the inside. Sixth, 5 lengths off the lead. 8 Sunset Drive has been shuffled back to last as Four Eyes passes that one. Still 3 abreast as they go on to the turn. Resistance Futile, Go Get the Bag, and Vaunted are first, second, and third. A length to Not Today Governor, who's 4 wide on the turn. 7th, Race Shake towards the inside. 5th, being asked the question at this point in time and getting into the pit a little bit as it's Four Eyes who scrapes the paint towards the inside as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Go Get the Bag. Resistance Futile. 7th, Race Shake is 4 wide, and Four Eyes punches through at the fence. Four Eyes now striking the front. 7th, Race Shake, the favorites on the outside. Go Get the Bag relegated back to third. 16th to go. It's Four Eyes. Four Eyes has a lead over 7th, Race Shake. Four Eyes got the trip. Four Eyes gets the victory. 7th, Race Shake second. Go Get the Bag third. Skylar's Artemis fourth. 7th, Race Shake. New owner Scott Durgan. New trainer Luis Gutierrez. Number 4. Gate. And they're off half a step tardy, broken hearted. It's Father Walsh who blitzes out for the lead. Ola Sabo displaying speed. Sutton Breeze off the pace today in third, 3 off the lead. Broken Hearted plays catch up to the inside. Then it's Max Foster as Gandy Dancing splitting rivals, about 5.5 off the lead. Second last, Peruvian Boy is about a length in front of Nutsy, who trails the field. Onto the far turn, it's Father Walsh who has lead over Ola Sabo. Sutton Breeze with a rush on the outside in third. Now up into second. Sutton Breeze puts Ola Sabo back to third. Fourth place, Broken Hearted. 2 more lengths to Gandy Dancing. Max Foster wide. Peruvian Boy is towards the inside, 8 off the lead. And Nutsy trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch, and you still got to catch Father Walsh. Father Walsh comes off the turn, leading by a length and a half. Sutton Breeze is in second. Ola Sabo stand side. Broken Hearted at the fence. 1 furlong to go. It's Father Walsh on top by about a length over Sutton Breeze and Ola Sabo. Broken Hearted up the inside. Deep stretch. Father Walsh. Father Walsh close to home. Father Walsh. Ola Sabo. Father Walsh holds over Ola Sabo. There was Sutton Breeze. Accelerates out for the front end, smoking a low, flashing early speed. Heads or tails improving the outside up into second. Fourth place is Bay Bank. Now it's American Gentleman who has to put on the brakes in fifth, losing a couple lengths. Might have bumped there with Mortgage Rate. And then it is Hot Rod Lincoln in third last. 2 more lengths to Central Love, who's 2 lengths in front of Beach Boy Al, is at the tail of the field. Onto the turn, it's Bustin' Pietri, heads or tails, who are first and second. Smoking Alone, nudged upon in third. Then 2 lengths to Bay Bank and 4 to the outside of American Gentleman. 2 lengths to Hot Rod Lincoln, who's to the outside of Mortgage Rate. Second last is Beach Boy Al. Central Love saves all the ground near the back as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's Bustin' Pietri who's the one to catch. Heads or tails is on the outside in second. Bay Bank is on the grandstand side. Smoking Alone is at the fence, and it's American Gentleman in the white blinkers. 1 furlong to go, and Bustin' Pietri's not slowing down. Bustin' Pietri strides away. Winner, Bustin' Pietri. Smoking Alone holds second over Bay Bank. Then it was Heads or Tails fourth. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise as we play our national anthem? Good afternoon to everyone and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Monday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's 8-race card. In the first race, a whole bunch of scratches. Get to the workout after the scratches. Scratch the 3 post facto, the 4 Supreme Song, the 6 Retail Man, and the 8 Command Performance. Post facto, Supreme Song, Retail Man, Command Performance, all out of the first. Number 2, Spectro Late Workout, Finger Lakes, June 25th, 3 furlongs, 37.30 breezing. Now with the scratches, no show, no try, and no superfecta wagering. 3, 4, 6, and 8 all scratched from the opening race. Race number 2. Late work for number 3, Rebel Empire. Workout at Finger Lakes, June 25th, 4 furlongs, 50.10 breezing. Late work for number 6, Invaluable Will. Workout at Finger Lakes, June 25th, 3 furlongs, fast track, 38.20 breezing. Third race. Number 3, Rockin' Money. The rider, a scant 1 pound over. Fourth race. Late work for number 1A, Goldini. Workout took place at Finger Lakes, June 25th, 4 furlongs, fast surface, 50.20 breezing. Late work for number 3, Maddie's Express. Workout took place at Finger Lakes on June 26th. 5 furlongs, muddy surface, 103.20 breezing from the gate. Race number 5. Scratch number 3, Solo Flight. Number 3, Solo Flight's a scratch from the 5th. Number 5, Yohida Moneymaker is 1 pound over. Race 6. Number 6, Scott 22. The rider is scant 1 pound over. 7th race. Late work for number 5, Burning Beauty. Workout took place at Finger Lakes, June 25th, 4 furlongs, fast surface, 51.40 breezing. 8th and final. Late work for number 4, Sleep at 8. Workout at Finger Lakes, June 25th, 3 furlongs, muddy surface, 37.40 breezing. Don't forget about New York Derby Day on July 14th, the $150,000 New York Derby featuring the Empire State's top 3-year-olds. Also on the card, the $75,000 New York Oaks and the $50,000 Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. We'll have the popular bet and get promotion. Just wager $10. Win, place, or show on any Finger Lakes race to receive your $10 back in gaming free play. Live racing programs on the house on Derby Day, and they'll have some great dining deals as well. Don't miss it. 2025 New York Derby Day, right here at Finger Lakes on July 14th. Got about 52 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to another week of live thoroughbred action here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Yeah, summer is here. Got some nice weather. I just got my one of those new paddle boards where you stand up, and I still can't stand up on it, but at least I got one. If anybody sees me over in the lake, I can't really swim. You may want to alert the lifeguard. But anyway, it is just nice to have this great weather. It's not too hot like we had to cancel racing over a week ago, but nice enough we could have live racing, enjoy some thoroughbred action, make some money, and just enjoy being outside. That's what we love about the summers here in Western New York. Obviously, I mean, there was big news, sad news in our sport over the weekend, and you have to mention it because it's one of the greatest of all times. When you think of who are the best trainers in thoroughbred action or thoroughbred racing is over the last, 50 years, who's the best? I mean, you think of Bob Baffert, Todd Pletcher, and D. Wayne Lucas. Well, D. Wayne Lucas did recently pass away. It is sad news in our sport. He was a Hall of Famer. How many Eclipse Awards? He won 5 Eclipse Awards. He won 20 Breeders' Cup races, and there's just a list of great horses that he had. I mean, I don't remember a lot of them. A lot of his damage was before my time, but the names are familiar because you see them in the breeding. You think of, like Charismatic, the Grand Slam, you see that one in a lot of the breeding. Tabasco Cat. Winning Colors was the filly that won the Kentucky Derby that he had. And actually, here's a note for you. D. Wayne Lucas had a horse run here. Well, he had about 5 horses run here, but he did win a stakes race here way back in 1988. Won the Budweiser Breeders' Cup. Not to give Budweiser a plug, but the Finger Lakes Budweiser Breeders' Cup with a horse called Highbright. I believe that was a 6-furlong sprint. I think was it Kelly Kipp win that one? That will always be the track record here at Finger Lakes. But obviously, sad news. Our condolences go out to the family, and he's just a great. When you think of the best in the sport that you're at, everybody thinks of Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant in basketball, and of course football. You think of all the New England Patriots. Basketball, Michael Jordan. But you think in horse racing, D. Wayne Lucas, Todd Pletcher, Bob Baffert, a few others, but he's got to be up there when you think of the top 5 trainers of all time in horse racing. So really sad news over the weekend. Well, we do have 3 days of racing this week. We are going to, because we had the cancellations, we're going to attempt to run 9 races now instead of our usual 8. So we got 8 today, but the next 2 days, Tuesday and Wednesday, I believe we have 9 race cards. So a little more action for you over the next couple of racing days. And it's not far off, as Bill Downs just mentioned, our announcer, that New York Derby right around the corner as we go into July. New York Derby Day. And there are some good New York bred 3-year-olds out there. I don't know if we can attract them all for that race. I know Jeremiah Engelhardt just won that big race with Mo Plex. Maybe we could attract that horse to come here. You also have the River Thames that ran in the Derby. And then there's just, those are a couple of the best, but there's a lot of good 3-year-old New York breds this year. A few of them were on the Kentucky Derby Trail. All right, first race, 11-9 claimer. No try, no super, no show. We're going to go a route of ground, mile and 16th, one of my favorite distances. Scratch the 3, post facto 4, Supreme Song, 6 Retail Man, and 8. That's why we don't have the wager. We're down to 4 betting interests. And those are always the tricky races. I remember the day that the first 4 races, we had 3 of the races were the longest shot on the board. 2 of them were 4-horse fields. It happens because you don't, I mean, one of the things is pace. With a 4-horse field, well, this is going to be a 5-horse field. We have 4 betting interests. It'll still be a 5-horse field. But I guess it's a little bit better in the sense that you do have a couple speeds with 30 oysters, and not sure how aggressive Spetro is going to be coming off the long layoff if he's going to attempt. He does seem to have one way of going to at least keep that one honest up front. So you do have the 2 speeds. You got to think Mr. Einstein's going to be probably in a pretty good position right behind the speed, and then the 2 closers, which I expect to be coming late. I think Annoyed Spirit will probably be the furthest back, but Date's Freedom should be within range. And one of the things, and you'll see it with Michael S. Ferraro, second start off the layoff. I mean, sometimes the first start, he won a route race with Beta the other day, first start off the layoff. So it doesn't take him long to get them fit. They're usually fit when they start the season. Probably overbet last time. He definitely turned out to be overbet last time as he finished off the board. I mean, that's a tough bet. You're coming off the layoff. You're in a pretty decent field. It's not like you're running for 5,000. It was a decent field, and I think too much was expected by the public of this horse needing a race. Now, it's a shorter field, so he's going to have to get a little racing luck too, but I think he'll improve off of that race. Annoyed Spirit, actually, if he can repeat the effort, probably one of the best races I've seen this horse run since coming back off that long layoff when he first came back for Christopher Fung, I think it was. Was he last year? And yeah, he put up a good number, a 67 buyer for the race. And that was a tough field, and he made a nice move at the end. Again, it's the best race I've seen this horse run, and he's had a couple victories since that long layoff that he came back from. Yeah, he stretched out 2 back, and then last time ran that 3rd. So that's always the good angle here for the trainers here at Finger Lakes. A sprint and then 2 routes. So you get that 3rd route, and you're fully fired up, and that's where he raced well. So you would expect him, if enough time between races, that he can repeat that effort, which is a good chance that he can. I think the horse would be the other one. But again, pace flow matters, but it does seem like the speed might back up. He's got help from his stablemate, 30 Oysters, who could also get brave if Spetro lets that horse alone out there. Mr. Einstein also dangerous with a good trip. But that's how I got it. The old 7-1A with 4 betting interests. Again, no try, no show, no super. So you want to play the pick 5. I mean, the pick 5 starts in the first, the early one. That's a mandatory daily payout. So you also got to pick. You got daily double anyway, and it's probably your best place when you're talking about the first race. Play laterally when you get the shorter fields, and then you get that little extra payout if you like the horse. Okay, second race, a 5,000 claimer going a distance of 5.5 furlongs. Yeah, Flowing River looked like the play of the day that day, and Max Foster for David Aiello ran a monster race to give this horse some competition. They went quick for the day. They went 111 and change on that sloppy track. Now, Flowing River was 1 for 3 going into that race, so didn't mind it. But Max Foster, does step up big time on an off track. Still, it was far back to the rest of the field, and this horse shortens up to 5.5 furlongs. It's enough reason to like Flowing River, but he does have a little bit of an issue here with the presence of Rebel Empire, who you would assume could be the other speed, and is the other speed, and might even be quicker at this point in his career than Flowing River, who really didn't go. I mean, they went 45, but the track was a little bit quick that day for Flowing River. Rebel Empire is running some pretty quick fractions at Parks. So I basically got a two-speed number with these two. I mean, Flowing River, I would expect to keep improving. I know he wasn't really coming off the normal layoff because he ran in the winter and the spring. I should say the spring more than anything, getting a couple starts in New York. Did get a couple months off, but I can't use an excuse of fitness. He's just been against some tough fields. Stays at the bottom level, and he should still be better than these $5,000 claimers. Rebel Empire comes in for the waiver claim, eligible for it, coming off a little bit of a layoff himself, but this one was a stakes winner as a 2-year-old, so he does have some back class. That was at Delaware. It was in a dirt sprint, and he continues to be very consistent. And Jeff Engelhardt, very sharp claim, getting a New York bred from another track that's got good form and bringing it here. Coach Bahi is the tricky one here. It's an interesting spot because he's generally better. I mean, he's good in sprints. He's better than these cheaper horses in sprints. But he seems to be better going long. He's only had one route attempt this year, and he ran in a pretty tough field. And he was in a difficult position to have to kind of chase a little bit. I should say he had two routes, but it's not like he ran that horribly in those two routes, but he did finish just off the board. I guess his best race is the sprint race, but it was off a layoff, and it was against a real easy field that he's supposed to run first or second in. This is a little tougher field, but maybe the turn back could be good for Coach Bai. He's better than the rest of them. I mean, that's how you got to look at it. And maybe he could get the kind of trip he needs to chase down Flowing River and Rebel Empire, especially if those two duel. He could sit in that chasing position where he could be the one to take advantage if they get a little bit short late. Tricky horse because he's always so consistent in the past. It's just 5.5 furlongs just doesn't seem to be his best distance, although he did win going 4.5. But again, much easier field where he had a huge class edge. We'll go the 5-3-2 in the second. Okay, third race. I never went to allowance race going 6 furlongs. Man, they paid a lot of money for this two's Ari's Magic. But one of the reasons I like him, I mean, here's a 4-year-old going against mostly 3-year-olds. I mean, Profitability and Joe West, I guess half of them are 3-year-olds, but you got to like the breeding. I'd probably say 7 furlongs to a mile would probably be this horse's, would be in this wheelhouse, because you would think that, you got Pioneer of the Nile on the dam side, Good Magic, that's a little bit longer, but not necessarily 1.5 miles longer, maybe kind of like that miler type breeding. I just think he's the speed of the race here. I mean, you don't have a ton of early pace in the third race. Rockin' Money did show a little bit of gas chasing up to 22 and change, but this horse has been close to some quicker fractions that I think Ari's Magic could just simply get the lead in here. You got two horses out of dams by Pioneer of the Nile. Starting to see that horse more and more, and it's good breeding. They paid $725,000 for this horse as a 2-year-old. That's after this one sold $150,000 a yearling. So that's a positive sign for Ari's Magic. Ran a few times. Claimed out of the last race, and this is a good spot out of that claim because you're eligible for the conditions. So now you're running for the allowance. You got those allowance conditions because he could get it started here if he takes to the track. Again, seems to have a tactical edge, as the possible speed of the race. So I got Ari's Magic the 2 as my top choice. I'll go with profitability for second, more of a closer. He could pass some of the tiring horses trying to chase after Ari's Magic. 6 furlongs, has been not his best distance. I guess that's the issue here. I mean, can you really say that? I mean, the thing is, the horse has had a lot of chances. I say it's not, but he's 0 for 10 at 6 furlongs, 1 for 10 at other distances, so maybe it is, maybe it isn't. He's a one-run horse, and his last race wasn't bad. I mean, where are you going against Banker Blaney? Banker Blaney, a pretty good one for John Buckley. That horse is going to be going for to be a 4-time winner this week, I should say. But again, another 4-year-old, and I like his running style. When you're not trying to beat Ari's Magic up front, you're closing to get by. I'm kind of stalling a little bit because I'm waiting for them to get to the third race. The 3, Rockin' Money. Rockin' Money looked good winning. He did beat restricted 3-year-olds in his debut on that off track. Kind of got the jump on a couple of the other closers, and then got a little bit tired late. Last race was a good race. I mean, it was an inside speed day, so he was chasing on the outside, so he's kind of against the racetrack in that sense. Scales of Gold, who was close up, held the rail, and again, the inside was good, so he had the advantage of being with the racetrack while this horse didn't. So could be any kind. I don't like the price on him off of a maiden win against not the best field, but he did run pretty decently in the condition last time against the track, at least a little bit. 253 in race number 3. Didn't really know what to do with the 1. He is off a layoff, but another one that costs a high-price yearling, $150,000, out of a Dam by Pioneer the Nile. He goes first-time Lasix, but it's his first start as a 3-year-old. Okay, 4th race. A 5,000 claimer going a distance of 1 mile and a 16th. Here's where I took a shot. I'm going to go with a little bit of a long shot, at least morning line. Who says I pick favorites? Let's pick the horses I think are the most logical to win. This one's a good price, though, because I thought this was a pretty evenly matched race. I'm going to take a shot with the 6 Bench Walk. I always call it Beach Walk. I don't know. I like to take a walk on the beach. Gonna have to walk, so I can't swim. But comes out of the good race. Mentioned Flowing River. Flowing River actually did a good time for the day for the bottom level in that sprint race. And again, Max Foster ran his eyeballs out. Max Foster ran his best race he's run in quite some time. And those horses probably like the off track more than Benchwalk likes an off track. Benchwalk only 1 for 11 in his career on the off. He's okay on it, but it's not a big positive either, or a big negative either way. I like this horse stretching out. I think he's better going long than short. And a lot of his recent races are short. Now, he hasn't won at this particular distance, but he's run well in routes before. He's well bred for it. He's Bernardini out of a Dam by Badagli d'Oro. Do you think he'd prefer going long than short according to his breeding? I do. And it's one of those suspect fields. Devil or Angel doesn't seem to be as good as he was before, although he does have some bad class. He could bounce back. Full Moon Fever, X-Class horse. Goldini, really no excuse last time. Jitter Juice is off a layoff. Maddie's Express could play here. Jacoba's more of an underneath horse. Reckless Place, I thought, hung a little bit last time. So I thought there was some vulnerability to these other shooters in here that are about equal with Benchwalk. But I like the numbers on Benchwalk in the sprint races, considering I think he's better going long. 8-1 is a square price for this horse, although probably get bet a little more now they picked him, but I would still think that he's going to be at least 4-1 in this spot, which would still be a good price, because I do think he's got a big chance stretching out in this race. Again, Reckless Place looks to be the horse to beat off the last race. I don't think the race was particularly strong. I mean, Interstate was running against allowance horses, but it wasn't like he was winning against allowance horses in the past. It looked like Reckless Place was the winner coming down the stretch. He had every chance to go by, looked like he was going to outduel Interstate, and then he hung. And that happens. I mean, it was the first time going long this year, but that's concerning, though, when he looks like he's going to go right on by, and then he didn't, then he hung. He's still got to use them off of the race. He's obviously better bred for the distance, and that was only his first route attempt of the year. And maybe he's just better than these. At least now, anyway. I'll use the entry for third. Probably more for Goldini. Full Moon Fever might improve off of that race. He probably needed a race. But, of course, two different trainers here. Just there's some similar ownership. That's why they're coupled. Goldini really had no excuse last time, but didn't run that bad anyway. Kind of more of a plotter type coming down the stretch. And if you see in the comment line, it does say he checked, and technically he did, but it was more of reckless place sweeping by him that he kind of swept. It wasn't really a check. He kind of just got swept by, and he wasn't going to change his position. He's running third by 7-8 lengths. That's where he was. So he's going to have to improve off of that race to at least beat Reckless Place and to win this one. But he could. I mean, he's had a sprint and a route, and now we'll go another route. Could improve and does play in here. I think he'd have to use him. And the weird one is Devil or Angel. I mean, as far as I shouldn't say weird. I mean, more of the wild card here. Because on his best, he beats these. And maybe he has an excuse last time. He just didn't look right running. I mean, it seemed like he was tired early. Like Keeper Cole was asking him to keep up with the pace, and he was just working, and he wasn't up for running that day. And that happens, and I think you could draw a line through the last race. So if you go back to his other races, they're mostly against tougher competition, that he could bounce back with a better effort in here. Again, a lot of question marks. He's kind of technically out of jail. We do a 20-day, not the 30-day anymore, coming back for 5,000. And at this level, he's got to be dangerous if he runs his race. So I'd use a few of them in here. I'm going to go the 6-5, 1-4, though. We start the late pick 5 with the 4th. Remember, tomorrow we're going to have the 9 race, so it'll start with the 5th. But today, with the 8 race card, we'll start it in the 4th. Kind of a big scratch in the 3rd. Big scratch was, I would use the horse first or second. That's the 3, Solo Flight, and it really weakens the race. I mean, this is technically about the level of a maiden claimer, and it's maiden special weight. So I would think that Fines Creek, in that sense, has kind of a class edge, even though he doesn't drop. He's just running against New York maiden claim in 30 competition. Took the blinkers off last time and did seem to regress slightly. So I like the move here, putting the blinkers back on, because his previous couple starts with the blinkers weren't that bad. I just think he's better than these horses. I mean, you got my second choice actually ran an 11-9 maiden the last race, and that quality of the race could probably beat the rest of these horses that we're running against maiden special weight races. So Fines Creek doesn't have to be much. Just kind of keep his previous form that he had with the blinkers, break it from the rail, and I think he could beat this horse. I mean, it's got a stakes place mare that was stakes place in a route. He's got breeding with the City of Light, like the horse. Smokesing It Up is a 4-year-old against mostly 3-year-olds here, and that's going to be a little bit of an advantage for him. I think he's the only 4-year-old in the field. I believe he is, because with the scratch he is. Goes to Joel Cruz here, and you look at the last race, it was a much improved effort, at least it seemed that way, running third when dropping in class. You know, I don't know if it's an improvement or did he respond to the drop. Either way, the number was good, the time was good for the day, and according to the number, it's better than the rest of them, although maybe Yolanda Moneymaker you can make a case for off of his last race behind 3-point stance. I think it was more of passing the only other contender in there, Percy, who just couldn't get the distance. So I would think that those are the other two that would have a chance. I mean, 10-run rules up in class. Honor for Mandan, I don't know what that one's going to do. He doesn't have very good form. Neither does Armenian Dancer. So It's got the quality level of an 11-9 maiden, and Fines Creek looks like a maiden special weight horse. Maybe kind of simplify it in that sense. So I'm going to go with the 1, 2, and 5. Really the only other one that seemed like maiden special weight route level would have been the 3, Solo Flight, and that one's out. Sometimes you got to simplify it. Probably be a short price though. 6th race, 11-9 claimer, never 1-2 condition, going 6 furlongs. A little tougher race here, I thought. Comes down to the pace scenario too. I mean, how much does Creation of Adam play coming out of the? I mean, he's mostly a router, make his first start in a sprint race. I don't know if you got Scott 22 cutting back in distance, and that's kind of the key. Does Irie Man have enough pace to close on to win this race? Well, that was the problem last time. Bustino Santino kind of got away. Of course, Bustino Santino is a pretty tough horse at the level. Yeah, that was back in May. I think the horse just won again off of a 3rd place finish the other day. Stays at the 11-9 level. It does get an extra half furlong. I think it just comes down to, because he doesn't have much for early speed. He doesn't have any early speed, to be honest. It just comes down to, does he get a pace, enough of a pace to close on? Because this horse is clearly at the mercy of the pace, but his numbers are better than these, and he does have a race over the track. Some things to like. I was going to have my friend Rodney the mailman on today. He canceled on me last minute. I guess he was mowing the lawn this morning, and it's not like his job where he actually had to do some real work this morning. So I think his wife made him cut the lawn so he couldn't come in, but he would probably like some of these Baker horses today. I know he'd be making some money, probably picking them too. Well, hopefully we'll have Mailman with a special delivery later this week. Connected Brock's more of an underneath type. He's 1 for 23. Doesn't matter if he goes long or short or whatever. And it does seem like he always fires the same race going short. I do like the race he ran coming off the left. I actually liked him that day. It was just, I didn't know how good Monomoy Beach would be off of the claim coming back for the 11-9. Well, Monomoy Beach is the real deal at the level, and there was no catching that horse. Connected Brock's actually ran a very good race, considering. Gets an extra half furlong, but like any distance, he gets second a lot at 6 furlongs. 3 seconds in 4 starts. So where am I going to put him? In the 2nd position. But again, he's another one. He's a late runner. He doesn't usually quite get there, but a good horse to use to hit the board in this race. The speed could come from the 4, Paint the Line, who cuts back in distance and drops in class. His form's gone backwards the last 2, but he's also ran into Banker Blaney, and it was caught chasing in a route. So he cuts back and drops the 11-9. He could be dangerous if he's out there alone on the lead. He's also at the mercy of the pace in a different sense. If he could get a clear lead, he has a chance. If he gets pressed, it looks like he would probably fade back to him. And as a long shot for 4th, I'll throw in the 2, Support the Cat. Support the Cat lost by double digits in his last race, but he got caught wide, so he's basically an outside to inside move. So he has got a chance to save a little ground in this race. And for these horses like Support the Cat, who took a long time to break his maiden, the saving the ground from the outside, losing those lengths to save the ground on the inside could be all the difference. At least to get into the number here and get into this Trier Super. Horses 10-1 morning line. We'll get him in the number. 8-7-4-2 in the 6. Okay, 7th race. An allowance race, never 1-2 condition, going 1.70 miles. Probably good I don't have Rodney on the show. I'm on the Charlie Baker bandwagon today. It's hard to go against a couple of these horses, especially this one. Burning Beauty comes out of a good race. I mean, it's a key race. The top 2 horses, Sorority Prank is a really tough horse. I don't think they've beaten that horse since he came back here. Won 2 in a row. And then Alfgar came back and won, taking advantage of a good pace flow. But Burning Beauty did like his surroundings. It almost felt like he improved while adding the blinkers, coming here and taking the weight off with one of the top apprentice riders in the country, Chris Elliott. Man, he's winning everywhere. He saw him win again the other day in New York. He's going to stop coming here because he wins everywhere else. He wins here too. So, good kid. Good to see him doing well. He'll probably be up for the Eclipse Award. But you do see the improvement. I think the blinkers did help, and I just coming here in that allowance race helped. And he catches a field that, he's just better than, and that's kind of how you look at it. Does he want to win? Well, he broke his maiden against the 30,000 maidens back last year. He hasn't won yet this year. He does have a few seconds at thirds, and you could argue those are a little tougher races than what he's going to face here. And you also could argue he could get the trip in this race too, because you do have some speed. You got a lot of pace in this particular route race. At least that's what it looks like. I'll go to the inside for a long shot for second. You got the favorite on top. Let's take a long shot for second, at least morning line. Coming out of the same race. That's how good the race, I think, was. I mean, you got Sorority Prank and Alfgar again. We're 1-2 in that race. Birdie Beauty was third. I mean, it was lengths between Burning Beauty and Prophetic. So if Prophetic's going to win, he's got to at least make up those lengths against Burning Beauty. But he's another one. He may be the one to take with the best running style here if the pace turns out to be what it looks like. And maybe that does make up the lengths because Burning Beauty will have the first run, but maybe that strong pace and he's close up to that quick pace. Prophetic would be the deep closer. Maybe a chance to close and get there, at least to be in the top three. I think it's a good upset chance, especially for a trainer that's been on fire this year. I'll throw Break the Fall in third. Don't love the post. He comes out of the little bit easier race, but he ran well. He ran third. Jake's Orchard, kind of lasted on the front end. Alfgar got more of the trip in between horses. He had to check a little bit, but he got more of the trip than Break the Fall because Break the Fall had to go wide. I always think that even if you got traffic problems in the middle, sometimes it can be better saving the ground. It depends on the scenario. But this horse has been no worse than third in the 3 starts he's had at Finger Lakes. So how do you not use him here for the decent effort, especially with these connections? Get Michael S. Ferraro won a couple the other day. Sophia Vivas is just probably the best rider here when she's here. The 2, Find a Name. What can you say about this horse? You got to watch the trip on this horse. There was nowhere to go. This horse was trying to come up the inside. There was nowhere to go. There was not even any room. He was forced to check and then tried to make a move outside horses. Actually, this horse should have been disqualified from 4th because he took out Skellig Island by trying to go all over the place. So he's got to get a little better trip. But it also, you look at him like he could be dangerous. What if he didn't have the bad trip that he had? And what if he didn't get stuck inside like that and made all that big wide move and everything, taking Skellig Island with him? He would have been right there. So at a price of 15-1, I don't trust the trip after watching the trip last time, but it's not like he ran that bad. He should have been placed 5th, but still being 5th after the trip that he had was a big effort. So this horse is dangerous at a big price. Not just because he was all over the place. All right, last race. Last race today, anyway. We got a lot of action the rest of the week. 9 race cards on Tuesday and Wednesday. This is a maiden race going a distance of 6 furlongs. And I look at the last race, and it was just a matter of pace for me. Now, Johnny No Time does have some speed. He hasn't shown it, but he's coming out of route turf races. But other than that, and, Percy's turning back a distance too. He's got a little bit of sprint speed. I just think that a sleep at 8 is the main speed of the race. And it might turn out that way, that he can get the early lead in here. Now, he's been against restricted 3-year-olds, but they're still probably tougher races in a sense. I don't want to say they're tougher. They're probably equal in a sense than our maiden special weights, at least this race right here. You're looking at the numbers. He's a Churchill Those are some tough 2-year-olds, though, at Churchill. The last race, the 25,000 maiden claimer at Oaklawn, probably not that any tougher than this race, but I do think a sleep at 8. If I got to sleep, want to sleep at 8, I'd be up at 2 or 3 in the morning. But ran fourth in the last race, trying to press a pace, trying to chase a pace. Today looks to be the pace, and just got to go 6 furlongs. That'll be the question. Can this horse last with his speed going the 3/4 distance? Man, I'm hoping that Charlie Baker has a good day because I got a few of them picked today. Gray-haired Gus is going to be against it from a pace scenario, but I mean, he did run a good race in a sense his first start. He was taken back that race and tried to make a big move, and it was just too late. Last race, he wasn't taken back, but he just didn't have any early speed. So, but he is going a little further today, 6 furlongs, and I don't think he ran as well last race as he did his prior start. So, you can see the number. It went from a 60 to a 39 as far as his buyer numbers. I just don't know if he's going to have enough pace to run at here. Unless somebody goes with a sleep at 8 early, then maybe gray-haired Gus will have something to run at. But he definitely plays as far as with that late kick, but he might be at the mercy of the pace, which doesn't seem to be any. Rasuli can bounce back too. I mean, Rasuli seemed to regress last time off of a very good second-place finish behind Rockin' Money, ahead of gray-haired Gus. So last race wasn't good, or as good. I mean, I know he hit the board, but you see the comment line, both of his last 2 races, it was noticed by a really good Equibase guy up there that he was fractious loading. And that's a good catch on that. So maybe kind of keep an eye on how this horse is prior to the race, because that could be the key, especially some of you late players. Montauk members is going to throw in for 4th. Comes out of a good race, ran 3rd. Wouldn't be a huge surprise here, but it does seem like the 2 starts that he's had might be more of an underneath type. He's had kind of no excuses in both of those starts, and they were a little bit easier, restricted 3-year-olds. But he fits off of the current form to get into the Trier Super, and that's where you want him, if that's what you're playing. Anyway, enjoy today's card. 8 races today, 8 good ones. Then we got 9 races, I believe, the next couple days, and that's a lot of action for this racing week. Nice day out there. Get out in the grandstand, play some horses, and I will see you tomorrow when we have a 1 o'clock first post.
There's a special promotion going on today. If you are a dailyracingform.com member, free Finger Lakes online past performances free of charge today at drf.com. So make sure to download your copy. That's for today only. drf.com members, free of charge, past performances. Got warm conditions here at Finger Lakes, so shortened post parades, shortened time that the horses will be on the racetrack due to the heat in the Finger Lakes region. Do have the call for riders up for race number 1. Another reminder that if you are a DRF.com member, free past performances for today only available at DRF.com. Horses are coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 130 Oysters, first half of the entry with Joel Cruz. Other half of the entry, the 1A Anointed Spirit with J.M. Rohina. Number 2, Spetro and Andre Worry. Number 5, Mr. Einstein, Christian Navarro. And number 7, Dates Freedom, Luis Perez, partners up. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering. Early pick 5 starts in the first race. Track is fast, first race in approximately 2 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate. Approaching the gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Track is fast. Start of an 8-race card here at Finger Lakes on a Monday. If you are a DRF.com member, there's some free past performances for Finger Lakes for today only. So if you're wanted some action today, get those free DRF.com past performances if you are a DRF.com member online. 4 to 5 on Spetro, who last raced at Gulfstream Park, coming off a long layoff, is Spetro. Mr. Einstein going up and in, Anointed Spirit. And Dates Freedom. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. A picture perfect start. It's 30 Oysters and Spetro, the two inside horses, going out for the early lead as the jockey on Spetro wants to take back a little bit and give 30 Oysters that lead as they go on to the first turn. 30 Oysters, Spetro now is to the outside in second. A length and a half to Mr. Einstein's. Now going to be pressuring Spetro for the second spot. Dates Freedom is deep on the course in fourth. And a length and a half back to Anointed Spirit, who's at the back of the pack as they angle on to the backstretch. It's 30 Oysters with the lead. Spetro in between horses and Mr. Einstein in the three-path. A margin of about 5 lengths to Dates Freedom, who's dropped back in fourth. And 2 lengths to Anointed Spirit, who's at the back of the pack as they race to the half-mile pull. It's 30 Oysters and Spetro still first and second. Mr. Einstein stacked out on the outside in third. Then a gap of about 5 lengths to Dates Freedom, who's to the outside of Anointed Spirit, who's at the tail of the field. 2 distinct flights, 3 furlongs to go in the opener. 30 Oysters on top. The lead's a half length. Spetro and the white blinkers now being asked the question in second. Mr. Einstein races in third, and then it's Dates Freedom to the outside of Anointed Spirit at the back as they arrive at the top of the stretch. It's 30 Oysters who cuts the corner. Spetro's under a drive. Mr. Einstein's on the stand side. Anointed Spirit's at the fence, and Dates Freedom swung wide for the stretch drive. 1 furlong to go. It's 30 Oysters who continues to fight on the front end. Dates Freedom lengthening his stride on the outside second. 16th to go. 30 Oysters. Dates Freedom. 30 Oysters wants that finish line. 30 Oysters holds over Dates Freedom. Then it was Spetro and Mr. Einstein. 1725, 30 oysters. Holds over the 7, dates freedom. First race is official. 30 oysters pays $3.90 to win. To the winner's circle, number 1, 30 oysters. New York bred, 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Central Banker out of Gananoque. Elizabeth Acree is the owner. Jose Armando Regina, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Cedar Meadow bred, 30 oysters. Exacta, $8.90. Second race at Finger Lakes. There are no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in 19 minutes at 1:29 p.m. One more reminder that there's free online past performances free of charge today at drf.com. You just got to be a drf.com member to access those free online past performances. So download your copy right now if you have not done so already.
All right, getting ready for race number 2, and looking back at the first, 30 Oysters able to hold off Dates Freedom. Kind of a victim of a wide trip that race, but ended up being close at the end as 30 Oyster was pressed in some pretty decent fractions, but ran a big one to hold on, and he'll start off the pick 5. And I mean, it was those two. Spetro did take some money, but I think people didn't realize that he was off since August. Second race, a 5,000 claimer, going a distance of 5.5. And look at the board right now. You got a couple horses getting some play in Rebel Empire and Flowing River, and that's expected. They're the two horses that do have some tactical speed in here, and they're the two horses that have the best numbers overall and back class. I mean, Flowing River was running against state bred allowance competition last summer. Came back this year and dropped to 5,000, kind of giving up a little bit, but did get a test that day. He still went 111 and change. That's kind of a time that would win a higher claimer allowance race. It was just Max Foster ran a huge one on an off track that made things interesting, but he was able to hold on. He moves to this spot, and a little tougher spot on paper, but the number he ran last time might still be good enough on the fast track. The 3-horse mentioned, Rebel Empire, he's got all the credentials as well. I mean, this is a horse with some back class coming in from Parks, running against their claimers there. Probably looking to see how he does because he's still eligible for some state-bred allowance competitions here at Finger Lakes. But you go back, and this horse won a stakes race as a 2-year-old at Delaware Park. So the back class is there. They thought a lot of this horse early in his career, and he's still running pretty well, coming off a victory for 5 at Parks, which is probably a tougher race that he should run well in here. And he's in for the waiver claim because that last race was in January. He's the other one that's going to get play, and he's right now the slight favorite at 9-5 over Flowing River, who's 2-1. But both of them look like they should be awfully tough in here. And so does Coach Bahi. This is not Coach Bahi's best distance in a sense, as a lot of his starts have been going long. But he did beat a pretty easy field, going 4.5 off the layoff, just showing his class more than anything that day. Run into a couple tough fields in starters. Now get some class relief, dropping to 5,000, but you'd like him a lot more in a route at 5,000 than against a pretty tough group of 5,000. I should say tough group, but they say Rebel Empire and Flowing River. At this distance, you think would be a little bit better than Coach Bahi, but he might be able to get a nice trip chasing after the pace if those two end up hooking up early and getting a little bit of a duel. He obviously has the class to do it. It's just a matter of chasing him down at the 5.5 furlong distance. He's the other player in here, and he's at 4-1. So that's some of the contenders for the second Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts in here.
Horses coming on the track, race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Anything Passable and Nasario Alvarado. Number 2 is Coach Bahi and Kevin Navarro. Number 3, Rebel Empire and Andre Worry. Number 4 is Tommy the Torch, Joel Cruz the jockey. Number 5, Flowing River and Jeremias Flores. And number 6, Invaluable Will, Stephen Frett in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 5.5 furlongs, a condition claiming race. 6 to 5 on number 5, Flowing River. 9 to 5, number 3, Rebel Empire. Rebel Empire into the gate. Tommy the Torch, Flowing River, Invaluable Will. Invaluable Will to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Coach Bahi wins the break. Rebel Empire is being sent hard for that lead. Tommy the Torch is in about the 3 path. Then it's Invaluable Will and Anything Passable. And Flowing River is in between horses near the back, but only 3.5 from top to bottom. It's Coach Bahi up the backstretch who has a lead by a long neck over Rebel Empire, who's pestering in second. Tommy the Torch. Invaluable Will outside. Invaluable Will up in the third. Tommy the Torch had the check. Flowing River inherits fourth, 2 off the lead. And at the back is Anything Passable. Coach Bahi and Rebel Empire are dueling for the top spot. Invaluable Will sweeps up to the outside. Flowing River can wait no longer. Flowing River is going wide there into the stretch into about the 4 path as they turn into the lane. Coach Bahi, but it's Invaluable Will on the outside. Invaluable Will and Coach Bahi are first and second. Tommy the Torch will try and punch through at the fence. Then it's Flowing River. 16th to go. Coach Bahi with the lead. Tommy the Torch switching to the outside, but it's Coach Bahi close to home. Coach Bahi victorious. Flowing River gets second over Tommy the Torch. Then it was Anything Passable. Number 2, Coach Bahi was first. Second, number 5, Flowing River. Third, number 4, Tommy the Torch. Fourth, number 1, Anything Passable. 2541, 5.5 furlongs and 105.98. Back to the winner's circle, number 2, Coach Bahi. Kentucky bred, 8-year-old Duck Brown Gelding by Take Charge Indy out of Bauble. Windy Lee Farm owns. Jonathan Buckley trains. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. It's official. 6-1 upset in race 2. Coach Bahi pays $15 to win. Daily double, $35.80. Exacta, $25. 50-cent trifecta, $21.37. And a dime super, $15.72. Third race at Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Third race offers a 50-cent pick for 23 minutes to race number 3 from Finger Lakes.
Okay, getting ready for race number 3. Coach Bahi, probably a pretty good price in there considering it was really only 3 win threats in there. He was one of them, but I think it was a price because Flowing River did take so much money, and that one didn't show any speed today. Found himself in a position where he couldn't win as he doesn't like to pass horses. Really was more of the advantage of Coach Bahi in that position to win. He got the victory under Kevin Navarro for John Buckley, who's having just a great start to the meet. All right, third race, the number 1-2 allowance condition, going 6 furlongs. And yeah, I mean, you look at the 2, Ari's Magic appears to be the speed of the race. A very classy horse. They paid $725,000 for this one as a 2-year-old after they bought theirs for $150,000 as a yearling. But breeding good on the both sides. And it's a 4-year-old going against half the field that's 3-year-olds. And the last race wasn't good. I mean, the last race going 7 furlongs wasn't that good, but the previous start, that 40,002 Lifetime, better than these. And this is a Kentucky bred against mostly New York breds. They're going to have to catch him, and he looks like he'd be awfully tough in this spot. Looks like well spotted in this 2 Lifetime allowance. Appears to be the horse to beat. The 5 Profitability, more of a late runner here, so he's got to hope that Ari's Magic and others come back to him. Ran a good race behind a main speed horse in Banker Blaney. That one came back to win pretty handily. That one has looked good, speaking of John Buckley. So same distance as today. So, again, he might be in a position to pass the tiring horses that are chasing after Ari's Magic. But if that one doesn't have it, he could close by them all. He's going to be a good price in here. He's right now at odds of 8-1. And they're all relatively good prices because a lot of early money on the big favorite Ari's Magic, and deservedly so on paper anyway. The 3 Rockin' Money's a tricky read. It's a 3-year-old, but he's only had 2 career starts, both against restricted 3. Obviously, he did nothing wrong in his debut. He was able to pull off a victory on a sloppy track. Last race, he was kind of against it. It was a good inside day, and this horse was chasing on the outside. The winner held the rail position and was able to ride the rail to victory, but he ended up fading to finish just out of it. So stays at the same level, though. I thought a little tougher field today, though, for Rockin' Money, but he's still a big threat, only making his 3rd start. He could be an improving horse for the Top Barn, who got 2 of them in here. They're both my 2nd and 3rd choices in race number 3. Exacta Super Daily Double, pick 3 and pick 4 starts in the 3rd. You got 9 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. There's number 1, New Matthew and Luis Perez. Current favorite, number 2, Ari's Magic, Andre Worry, aboard. Number 3, Rockin' Money and Caber Koa. Number 4, Joe West, Sofia Vives. Number 5, Profitability, Joel Cruz. And number 6, one more rep, Kevin Navarro, the jockey. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Matthew, Aries Magic. Joe Wells, Profitability, Rocket Money. Aries Magic, New Matthew. Profitability, Joe West. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 6 furlongs, an allowance race, non-winners of 2. Odds-on favorite from the Chris Engelhardt barn. Number 2, Ari's Magic at 4 to 5. New Matthew making his first start of the year. Rockin' Money. Joe West was a pretty good umpire in his day. Joe West, the horse, though, into line. Profitability and one more rep. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Half a step tardy, New Matthew. It's Joe West who rushes out for the front end. Rockin' Money, though, wants that lead and gets it. The favorite Ari's Magic's at the fence in third, 2 lengths off the lead, a gap of 2.5 to Profitability, who's a length and a half in front of one more rep, and then a space of 6 to New Matthew, who is void of any early speed at the tail of the field. Rockin' Money has the lead with about 3.5 furlongs to go. The lead's a half length over Joe West, who's harassing outside in second. Ari's Magic along the inside in third. Then it is Profitability and one more rep, who are fourth and fifth, and 6 lengths still to New Matthew, who trails the field midway on the turn. Rockin' Money and Joe West first and second. Ari's Magic is in the clear, 3 wide in third. Profitability's towards the inside. New Matthew is almost out of last as they turn into the stretch. Rockin' Money cuts the corner. Joe West, Profitability will try and get into the race, and Ari's Magic is only a length off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Rockin' Money, but it's Ari's Magic. Ari's Magic sweeping on by at the 16th pole, and it's Ari's Magic, the even money favorite, who will score by 3 parts of a length over Rockin' Money. Joe West third, Profitability fourth. Two, three, four, five. Number 2, Ari's Magic first. Third race official, Ari's Magic, even money favorite, pays $4.10 to win.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 4, and yeah, that was Ari's Magic. It's too classy for that field. Is Andre Worry for trainer Chris Engelhart, My Purple Haze Stable. That'll start off the early pick 4. As we look at the 5th, it is a $5,000 claim race, non-winners of a race since the date, or never won 4 races. Remember, we start the late pick 5 with this race that has the carryover, if not hit. You see, money pretty spread out here in this race. A little more competitive event. Wouldn't expect too heavy a favorite. You got some question marks with some of these horses. I actually took a shot at a price in this race. 8-1 morning line, the 6, Bench Walk. Bench Walk coming out of sprint races, stretches out for the first time this year, and I thought he had a questionable field here for him to run against. If he runs his race in a route, he's got a good chance to win this race. He comes out of a race that was pretty quick for the day in the slop last time. Very much better bred for the route. He's performed well in routes in the past. It's just been a while since he's been long. He's got tactical speed going long as well that he can use in this race, because really, other than Jitter Juice and a Devil and Angel, there's not a lot of speed in here. So Bench Walk could be the one that's on the front line, stretching out of the sprints. The 5 is Reckless Place. Reckless Place, not as strong a race as he comes out of, but Goldini returns out of that race, and he was well ahead of Goldini as he swept by that horse late. That's why you see the problem line in Goldini. He did check a little because Reckless Place just swept by him like he was standing still. It looked like he was going to win the race pretty easily, and then he may have hung a little bit in the late stages, which cost him the race. But that was his first time going long in quite some time, and he may run better today, actually, at least this year. Hard not to use him, at least in the top 3, off of the good effort last time. The 1 entry, you got 2 for the price of 1. Full Moon Fever, you'd expect to improve after getting a race in him last time, although he didn't really lift up his feet. He finished last. Goldini, as mentioned, he's going to have to run better, but it is his 3rd start of the year now. That was his first time going long this year. He may have needed the race. And by the way, congratulations to Linda Dixon, who had a good day in New York a couple days ago. She had a win in a second with her Creasa horses. See if Goldini can hit the board in here. Horse is very consistent, almost always fires. And another one to use in race number 4. Maybe you could get Full Moon Fever to wake up a little bit in here as well. Maddie's Express is the 3 horse. He's got a couple straight 3rd place finishes, last time in a sprint against really the 2 horses that laid over the field. You had Brock Moninoff, who was the speed of the speed. He's tough to catch, and Old Man Winter was just simply the best horse. So he was running for 3rd, and he wasn't badly beaten by those 2 rivals. Now he stretches back out, and last time he went long, ran behind Olazabel, who I can never say right, but also was the next style winner. So that's some of the main contenders here for race number 4. We start the late pick 5, Exacta Tri Super, and Daily Double, also available here.
Coming on the track, fourth race at Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1, Full Moon Fever, Andre Worry, the rider. Other half of the entry, the 1A Goldini and him and Harkey. Number 2, Jitter Juice and Laird Bailey. Number 3, Maddie's Express, Kevin Navarro. Number 4, Devil or Angel, Jeremias Flores. Number 5, Reckless Place, Caber Koa. Number 6 is Benchwalk and Joel Cruz. And number 7, Jacoba, Emmanuel de Diego. Post time in just a few minutes. approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the fourth race from Finger Lakes. Starts the late 50-cent pick 5. Field of 8, 7 betting interests going a mile and a 16th. 5-2 on the entry of Full Moon Fever and Goldini. 5-2 on number 5, Reckless Place. Devil or Angel going in. Reckless Place. Bench Walk. And Goldini will be the last to load up. Bench Walk goes in. Goldini. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Maddie's Express who's sent to the front end. Devil or Angel accompanies that one in second. Jitter Juice, though, has inside running lane. And Jitter Juice goes from third up into the lead. Maddie's Express defers in second. Devil or Angel in third. Goldini's on the outside with Jacoba. And then it's Full Moon Favor who saves all the ground towards the inside in fourth. Fifth place is Reckless Place. Then it's Goldini and Jacoba, who are about 2 lengths in front of Bench Walk, who's at the back of the pack. As they transition to the backstretch, it's Jitter Juice, who wanted that lead and has it. Off the inside a tiny, tiny bit. The lead's a length over Maddie's Express in second. Devil or Angels in third. Full Moon Fever covered up along the inside. Reckless Place is outside of him. And now it's Bench Walk, who is launching an early rally, making a big middle move from last up into third. 3 lengths off the lead is Bench Walk. Jacoba's now at the tail of the field as they get ready to take on that far turn. Jitter Juice, Maddie's Express first and second. Goldini's on the outside. Full Moon Fever's at the fence. Bench Walk now flattens out. It's Reckless Place, who's up the inside into the top 5, 6 lengths off the lead. Devil or Angels in second last, and Jacoba trails the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. It's Jitter Juice on top. Full Moon Fever, white blinkers, switches to the outside in second. Maddie's Express is one paced, and then it's Reckless Place towards the inside up into the top 3, 2 lengths off the lead. Jitter Juice, Full Moon Fever gets every chance. Reckless Place is up the inside, then it's Maddie's Express. They run down to the 16th pole. Full Moon Fever, Reckless Place, Maddie's Express in the stand side. Here comes the winning line. Full Moon Fever prevails. Maybe Maddie's Express over Reckless Place, then it was Jitter Juice. Number 1, Full Moon Fever first. Still a photo sign up for second. Mile 16th, 148.88. Second, number 3, Maddie's Express. Third, number 5, Reckless Place. Fourth, number 2, Jitter Juice. Back to the winner's circle. Number 1, Full Moon Fever. New York bred 7-year-old bay gelding by FNX out of Double Mint. Jeffrey Engelhart, WLIR Racing Stables and Photos Finish. The ownership, Jeffrey Engelhart, the trainer, Andre Worry with a riding double today. Team Westside Stables and Ann Zabar, bred Full Moon Fever. $12.20 the winning mutual. Exacta $41.80. Double $19.40. 50-cent try $23.75. Dime Super $32.30. 50-cent pick 3 $46.62. Fifth race from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 3, Solo Flight. Exacta trifecta superfecta daily double late pick 4 wagering. Post time at about 21 minutes at 3:05 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 5, and this one you got about 8 minutes to post. We're going to start the late pick 4 with this race, and kind of a significant scratch in here. One of the morning favorites, the 3 Solo Flight, is out, and you see a couple horses getting some early play. You would expect Fines Creek to get a lot of action coming in here from New York. The horse was running against the maiden claimers there, facing special weights here, and it didn't come up as strong as a special weight field when you consider the horse that actually got picked second is coming out of an 11-9 maiden. Yolanda Moneymaker's coming off a good performance last time, first time stretching out, but maybe a little bit easier field passing Percy Late, who got tired on the front end. But looking at Fines Creek, seems like it's his race to lose from the rail. He tried taking the blinkers off last time at Aqueduct, and now he will try putting them back on. Like the move, and coming back and coming here to Finger Lakes for the first time, might actually show some speed against this field. Pretty well bred horse by City of Light. This is the first full out of that dam. That mare was stakes place in a route, and just basically gets an easier field than what he's been facing. T2 smokes it up, dropped in class last time, and actually ran a better race. He's the only 4-year-old in the race with a bunch of 3-year-olds, so he should be a little more seasoned and's been facing the tougher competition before dropping to 11-9, considering some of these were against restricted 3-year-olds. Switches to one of the top riders in Cruz, and this one puts the blinkers back on, so making pretty much the same move as Fines Creek. And he's got some tactical speed, and that's going to help him in a spot like this. As with the scratches, those two look like they may have the early speed on the inside. Mentioned Yolanda Moneymaker, thinking of Yolanda Vega. Yohida Moneymaker coming off a top 3 finish. But again, it was kind of a smaller field of 5 horses where Percy and 3 Point Stance were the only 2 horses that were taking any money. Percy actually had an easy lead in there, but that one stopped on his own, maybe not getting the distance. So 3 Point Stance was much the best. Yolanda Moneymaker still passed Percy at the end. I don't know what you want to make out of that. It looked like he was just passing a tired horse, but he could improve off of that effort as well. And again, this is not the strongest of fields other than the new face in Fines Creek. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts in the 5th. Again, scratch the 3 Solo Flight.
Number 7, Armenian Dancer, will not wear shoes on his back feet. on the track. Fifth race here at Finger Lakes. There's the two smoking it up with Joel Cruz. Back to the one, Finds Creek, Andre Worry. Number 4, 10-run rule, Christian Navarro. Number 5, Yohida Money Maker, Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, Honor for Mandan and Luis Perez. And number 7, Armenian Dancer, Luis Pena. Once again, no shoes hind end for number 7, Armenian Dancer. No shoes back 2 feet for the 7. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Down to a field of 6 to go, mile 70 yards, maidens. Even money on number 1, Fines Creek. 9 to 5, number 5, Yohida Moneymaker. Ten-run rule, Yohida Moneymaker. 2 more left to load. Honor for Mandan and Armenian Dancer. They're all at the gate. And they're off. Great start for Smoking It Up and Joel Cruz, who sent out for the lead. Honor for Mandan, Yohida Moneymaker are 2 and 3 wide. Armenian Dancer in about the 4 path. Fines Creek saves all the ground, and 10-run rule takes up residency at the back of the pack, but is only about 6.5 lengths off the lead. Smoking It Up's on the point, has a lead by 2. Honor for Mandan, Yohida Moneymaker, Fines Creek, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Armenian Dancers in 2nd last, and about 2 more lengths to 10-run rule in the 6th and trailing position. As they travel up the backstretch, and it's Smoking It Up, doling out the fractions. The lead's about 3.5 lengths over Yohida Moneymaker and Fines Creek in tandem, 2nd and 3rd. Fines Creek's now up into 2nd. Honor for Mandan settles in the 4th spot and 8 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths back to 10-run rule in 2nd last, and Armenian Dancers at the back of the pack as they get ready to take on the far turn. It's Smoking It Up. The lead's about 4.5 lengths over Fines Creek, who's a clear-cut 2nd. Yohida Moneymaker's about 12 lengths off the lead in 3rd. Then 3 lengths back to Honor for Mandan. 10-run rule is under a drive, and Armenian Dancers at the tail of the field, well strung out here as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's Smoking It Up. Smoking It Up has a lead by 10 lengths over Fines Creek in 2nd. Yohida Moneymaker races in 3rd, and then in 4th, that is Honor for Mandan as they run down to the final furlong. Smoking It Up has this race in hand. 16th to go. It's Smoking It Up, who leads by double digits. Fines Creek, Yohida Moneymaker go for the place, and then it's 10-run rule. An easy winner, Smoking It Up, give Cruz 2 on the card. Fines Creek 2nd, Yohida Moneymaker 3rd, 10-run rule 4th. 2154. Number 2, smoking it up first. It's official, $7.90 the winning mutual on Smoking It Up. Back to the winner's circle. Number 2, Smoking It Up. New York bred, 4-year-old Gray Gelding by Liban. Smoking in the Lane. Dale Encaboni is the owner. Marcus George Thompson, the trainer. And Joel Cruz, a riding double today. Harry Landry and Joseph DiRico, bred, Smoking It Up. Double, $70. Exacta, $22.40. Trifecta, $7.55. Dime Super, $3.45. 50-cent pick 3. $33.25. Pick 5, $572. 6 race, Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Post time for race 6 in about 20 minutes at 3:35 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race 6. Wasn't a lot of speed in there, but it was a big effort by Smokesing It Up, the lone 4-year-old, able to get the lead on that field, and everybody got caught chasing. Joel Cruz for Marcus George Thompson. They'll start off the late pick 4. Okay, 6th race. Pick 3 starts. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double offered in here. We'll start off on the outside with the 8 Irie Man, clearly at the mercy of the pace in a sense that he's going to be outside and he's going to have him come back to him. He did make a nice late move going 5.5 furlongs last time at this level, first race over the track. You got to think the extra half furlong will help, but again, he's going to need them to back up to him a little bit, because if you get a horse loose here going 6 furlongs, it may have a tough time picking him up. Still got to be a main player here with the good race that he ran last time. The other closer would be the 7, Connect the Brox. Both of these horses on the outside, the 2 closers, have had a lot of chances. You see how their running style might hurt them in some of these races when speed's been pretty good or the pace scenario has been against them. They're 2 for 40 between them. Connect the Brox is 1 for 23, but he's same thing as Irie Man. He gets an extra half furlong. He actually ran very well off of the layoff, considering, because he was clear second after breaking a little bit slow. They went 105. I know the track was a little quick, but they did a quick time, and he still closed into that. So you got to think that this horse is a big top 3 threat in here, but does he want to win? That's a big question. Paint the Line is the speed, or at least one of the speeds. He gets a little bit of class relief, dropping from allowance to the 11-9, and he cuts back. So how much speed is he going to have in here is the big question. He was forced to chase after Baker Blaney the race before that. That horse is a 3-time winner, probably soon to be a 4-time winner. So no shame there. You can forgive that effort. And if you want to forgive the last effort because it's a rout, you can forgive that one as well. Didn't even make the lead in a rout. So, and there's a lot of speed that collapsed in that race. So the pace scenario is going to be interesting, but he's one of them you got to consider if you think this pace is going to last, because he should be on the front line, if not on the lead. The 4-horse Paint the Line, and then the 5 Creation of Adam does have some route speed, a little bit of sprint speed that he could be out there with Paint the Line, but the question is going to be the layoff. This horse has been off since July of last year, so almost a full year away from the races is Creation of Adam. Now he's working well. You see the works in the morning, and he's certainly classy enough, and it is a good sign that they're going to 11-9 and not to 5,000 off of the layoff. And if he's on his best and sharp off the layoff, he could play as well. But it's a tough play coming off almost a year, almost about 11 months layoff. So that's some of the contenders for the 6. We start the late pick 3. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available in this race.
Horses coming on the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. First half the entry, number 1, Wit Dashing Speed and Hemon Harkey. Other part of the entry, the 1A, Dancing with Jake and Rafael Rahina Jr. Number 2 is Support the Cat and Caber Koa. Number 3, Well Suited and Luis Pena. Number 4, Paint the Line, Emmanuel De Diego. Number 5, Creation of Adam, J.M. Rohina. Number 6, Scott 22, Luis Perez. Number 7, Connect the Bronx and Jeremias Flores. Rounding out the field, number 8, Erie Man and Andre Worry. Post time in a few. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 9, 8 betting interests going 6 furlongs. 3-2 on number 8, Erie Man. Andre Worry going for his third victory on the Monday card here at Finger Lakes. 3-1 second choice, number 5, Creation of Adam. First start of the year for Adam. Wit Dashing Speed. Also coming off a long layoff into line. Support the Cat in the black and white. Well Suited, who broke the maiden last time out. Paint the Line. Creation of Adam. Scott 22. Dancing with Jake. And Erie Man. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A stumble there for Erie Man. Cost him about a half length. Paint the Line sends out for the lead. Creation of Adam. Scott 22 is on the outside of him. These three across the track early on. Wit Dashing Speed, Orange Blinkers towards the inside. Fourth, Support the Cat. 2 Path in 5th. A length back to Well Suited, Mid-Flight in 6th. Then 3 lengths to Erie Man in 7th. Connect the Brox towards the inside, second last. And a half length back to Dancing with Jake, who trails the field and about 10 lengths off the lead. Paint the Line, Creation of Adam. These two do battle on the front end. They're clear by 2. Wit Dashing Speed towards the inside, and a joint third with Support the Cat. Well Suited behind horses in 5th and 4 lengths off the lead. Connect the Brox from the back of the pack will attempt to circle up wide. Erie Man is in third last and about 9 lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch. Creation of Adam gets the advantage on Paint the Line in upper stretch. Wit Dashing Speed attempts to punch through at the fence, and then it's Support the Cat and Well Suited on the outside. Connect the Brox at 6. They run to the 16th pole. Paint the Line and Creation of Adam. And it's Creation of Adam with still the head in front of Paint the Line. Creation of Adam wins over Paint the Line and Well Suited. Then it was Connect the Brox. 5437. Creation of Anthem, Kentucky bred 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Connect at a Touch of Grace. My Purple Haze Stables owns. Chris Engelhardt trains. GM Rohina, the winning jockey. Training double for trainer Chris Engelhardt. $760 the winning mutual, double 4140, exacta 2620, 50-cent try, $47.75. Dime super $26.20, pick 444, $169.25. Race 7 from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering, post time in about 19 minutes.
8 minutes to post for race number 7, and yeah, the two of them, good match race around the track. That race is Creation of Adam and Paint the Line, a 1-2 speed number. They battled from the bell, and they went all the way to the wire. Not much separated them, but Creation of Adam able to get the better of Paint the Line in the end. Jose Rojina for Chris Engelhardt and My Purple Haze Stable. The money really showed there, despite the almost a year layoff. 7th race, we go at mile and a 70. You see the early money on the 5 Burning Beauty, and deservedly so. This horse coming off a 3rd place finish. Did respond to the drop and may have even improved a little bit with the weight off with the apprentice, and then added blinkers as well. So they pulled out all the stops last time coming here to Finger Lakes. And the race that they came out of, a couple of them come out of that race. Sorority Prank has turned out to be a real good one. And Alfgar also came out of that race to win as well. So Burning Beauty could make it a true key race if this one is able to come back and win for all the top 3 finishers. But he's still got some work to do, especially when he doesn't really have a lot of early speed, but he will be within range. If you're looking for the speed, you got to look at a couple of these that have speed. With Ava's Uncle Billy, Shorts in the Winter would be the one that you would think has to go to the lead of the group that shows speed. Jake's Orchard would be more of a presser, but Shorts of the Winter looks like the speed in here, stretching out of the sprint. Looks like he'll have some company, but it's probably getting a little extra play at odds of 7-1. After watching the last couple of races, the track might be speeding up a little bit as we're getting later in the day. So Shorts of the Winter might be another one to consider in here. And you see he's 7-1, and he looks like a horse that should be 12 or 13-1 off of his recent paper. Interesting one is the 2 Find a Name. Find a Name, really a rough trip last time, as this one was caught inside, tried to come up a hole that wasn't there and was forced to check, and then try to go around horses, taking out another horse with him, but just lost so many lengths doing it. But he still only lost less than 6 lengths. So the fact that this horse had that kind of a trip and still ran 4th was a good effort by Find a Name. Unfortunately, he's against the racetrack, it seems like, unless they really duel up front, but maybe a horse to use underneath at a price. He's currently at odds of 22-1. Again, front speed has been pretty good, though, the last couple starts. And you do have a few speed types in here. And that's the thing with Break the Fall. He won't be that far out of it. Maybe he could be within range, but he's going to be outside. Tried to make a move last time, was wide, and didn't run that badly. Didn't really lose any ground in the end, coming off a win, the maiden win. Definitely plays if he could work out a trip from that post. Probably will need a little help up front, because I wouldn't expect him to be on the front line. Now, some of the contenders here for the 7th. They go with a 5-1-8-2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Offer races 7 and 8.
Horses coming on the track for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Leading the post parade, number 1, Prophetic, with Kevin Navarro. Number 2, Find a Name, Juan Diaz. Number 3, Ava's Uncle Billy and Andre Worry. Number 4 is Skellig Island and Joel Cruz. Number 5, Burning Beauty, Luis Perez. Number 6, Shorts in the Winner and Cabercoa. Number 7, Jake's Orchard, Hammond Harkey. And number 8, Break the Fall, and Sofia Vives. Post time in just a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 to go, 1.70 miles. 4 to 5 on number 5, Burning Beauty. Loading up, race 7. Shorts in the winter. Jake's Orchard. Break the fall to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Jake's Orchard who blazes out for the lead. Shorts in the winter displaying speed. Break the fall forwardly placed, but will be 3 wide around that first turn. Burning Beauty settles in 4 to the outside to find a name. And then it's Ava's Uncle Billy who runs along in 6. A length and a half to Skellig Island and a margin of 3 to Prophetic, who is 8th and trailing. As they navigate the first turn and reach the backstretch, it's Jake's Orchard who's setting a sensible pace. Shorts in the winter, outside in 2nd. Find a name is towards the inside in 3rd and 2 lengths off the lead. Break the falls to the outside of Burning Beauty. They're 4th and 5th. Then 2 more lengths back to Ava's Uncle Billy, deep on the course in 6, 5 lengths off the lead. 3 parts of a length back to Skellig Island, who's about 3 lengths in front of Prophetic, who trails the field. Half mile to go, and it's Jake's Orchard who's on top. Shorts in the winter, pressuring on the outside in 2nd. Burning Beauty in the blue blinkers in 3rd. Break the fall outside of him. Find a name towards the inside. Ava's Uncle Billy seems to have some run. Ava's Uncle Billy, white blinkers to the inside of Burning Beauty. 2 lengths off the lead with nowhere to go at this point in time. And Burning Beauty makes a 3 wide bid for the front end of the quarter pole. And Burning Beauty takes over the lead. Ava's Uncle Billy now will follow that one on the outside, but 3 lengths behind Burning Beauty. Got a nice head start on the competition, and Burning Beauty with 1 furlong to go has a lead by a length and a half. Jake's Orchard is in 2nd, and then the battle for 3rd, including Shorts in the winter. 16th to go. It's Burning Beauty and Luis Perez who are well clear. Burning Beauty scores. Jake's Orchard 2nd. 3rd, Find a Name. 4th, Prophetic. Five, 7, and a photo for 3rd. Number 5, Burning Beauty first. Third, number 2, Find a Name. 4th, number 1, Prophetic. Burning Beauty. Impressive winner of race 7, New York bred 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Bernardini out of the Giants Beauty. Albert Freed Jr., the owner. Charlton Baker, the trainer. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. The owner as well is the breeder as well. 440, the winning mutual. Double, $17. Exacta, $41. Trifecta, $73.37. Dime Super, $39.35. Eighth and final from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time in about 19 minutes.
All right, eighth race on the card coming up, and this will be the last race of today. Remember, we got 9 the next couple days, but looking back at the 7th, yeah, that horse has proved much the best. Burning Beauty, Louis Perez for trainer Charlton Baker was able to stay in range of the speed. There was enough of a pace that he had something to run at, and he don't come from too far back today, but he was able to make that early move under Louis Perez and get the score. We go to the last. Just a reminder, we do have live racing tomorrow and Wednesday, 1 o'clock. First post. We'll finish with a maiden race that goes a distance of 6 furlongs. And the speed of the race looks to come from the 4, Asleep at 8. So it could complete a Charlton Baker double. Now, if this horse does get the lead, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of pace pressure in here. Asleep at 8 has enough class going against the 3-year-olds at Churchill and Oaklawn Park. He might be able to take it all the way. Asleep at 8 right now at odds of 4 to 5. Going to be a short price in here. Seems to have a tactical edge on his rivals, and it seems like he's classy enough to beat these rivals anyway. The one-horse gray-haired Gus might be a little against it, as you haven't seen horses come from too far out of it. I mean, that horse was close up to just one and was just much the best. Gray-haired Gus might have to be just that, because he has not shown any early speed in his first couple starts. A little of that was in the slop. He was a little slow out of the gate and was taken back, but made a big move. Last race, not the case. He just didn't have any speed. Made a little bit of a mild rally, but never really was a threat in that race. So see if he can stay within range, but still got a horse that's run pretty good his first couple starts, good enough that you got to consider him as a threat in the last race. The 3 Razuli kind of regressed in his last start after running pretty big. He was rallying ahead of gray-haired Gus when he ran second behind Rockaway, and that was in the slop. When he hit the fast track last time, he just didn't really run that well. But notice the problem lines is this horse has been fractious loading, so kind of keep an eye on this horse as they get to the gate, because his race the prior start, good enough to be right there against these rivals. The 2 Montauk Memoirs, maybe a little bit easier field that he comes out of, although the winner did come back to win. He made a nice early move. It was a slow pace, so he really had no excuse in that race. But he makes his 3rd start since coming back from New York, and he's been no worse than 3rd in those 2 starts. So might be another horse that you have to include if you're playing tries of supers, and he's going to be a big price in here. Most of the markers looks like the 4. Asleep at 8 is going to take a lot of play in here right now at odds of even money. So those are some of the contenders for the last exacta trifecta and superfecta offered in race number 8.
Horses coming on the track for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Number 1, Gray-Haired Gus and Kevin Navarro. Number 2, Montauk Memoirs, Jeremiah Flores. Number 4 is Asleep at 8 and Andre Worry. Number 5, Percy, Luis Perez. Number 6, Drive Through and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 7 is Ragtime Prankster and Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 8, Johnny No Time, Joel Cruz, partners up. And number 3 is Rasuli and Christian Navarro. Post time in just a few. Post time in a couple minutes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 to go 6 furlongs. Raisuli going into line. 4 to 5 on number 4, Asleep at 8. Last raced at Oaklawn Park. Drive through. Ragtime Prankster and Johnny No Time. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Drive-Through who sent out for the lead. Johnny No Time on the far outside will attempt to cross and clear. Raisuli is flashing early speed up into a joint second. Ragtime Prankster's in that middle cluster. And then it's Montauk Memoirs towards the inside fifth. A half length back to Percy 6. And a gap of about 5 lengths to Asleep at 8, who's to the outside, a gray-haired Gus. Those two at the back of the pack. On to the turn they travel. And it's Johnny No Time who opens up by 3. Ragtime Prankster in pursuit in second. Drive through third. Raisuli towards the inside fourth. 2 more lengths. Montauk Memoirs skims the inside in fifth. Percy losing position. And then it is Asleep at 8 who's forced to go very, very wide. And gray-haired Gus is saving ground near the back as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Johnny No Time who turns him in. Has a lead by a couple lengths. Montauk Memoirs to the inside. And then it's Ragtime Prankster. Raisuli stand side. Gray-haired Gus is at the fence. They run to the 16th pole. Montauk Memoirs, but it's Raisuli. Raisuli challenging for the lead late. Raisuli and Montauk Memoirs. Raisuli wins over Montauk Memoirs. Then it was gray-haired Gus and Ragtime Prankster. Three, 2, 1, 7. Number 3, Raisuli first. To the winner's circle, number 3, Raisuli. New York bred, 3-year-old Chestnut Gunny by Looking at Lee out of Shards of Class. Peekaboo Stable owns. James Aquilano trains and Christian Navarro, the winning jockey. LNN Racing, James Roberts and Gene Rofi. Brad Rasuli. It's official. 1980 the winning mutual. Double, $54.50. Exacta, $122.50. 50-cent try, $125 even. Dime super, $147.10. Pick 3, $57.50. Pick 4, $257.75. Pick 5, $505. $2,750 even. Eighth race is the last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Tuesday. First post at 1 p.m. Tomorrow's program is up online, so you can download that if you so choose at fingerlakesgaming.com. Tomorrow's program is online for download. But for today, from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.